Zulu, uniform 3, Quebec uniform 2, descend Zulu 15.
Zulu uniform 3, Quebec uniform 2, descend Zulu 15. Standby, uniform 914.
Favore, по Москве.
Favore, MCC Moscow.
Фаворы по Москве, ответьте.
Favore, MCC Moscow.
Да, отвечаем фаворы.
Go ahead.
Фаворы, давай
Favore.
Кентавру, Медфайшовска.
Please report on the medical
Выполняли
harnesses and Kentavros and the suits. We have the Kentavros, the medical harnesses, the everything on. Both FEs are in SA, and we're working per page. FEs are in SA, and we're working per page 32. And what about the salt and water supplements? We got them all. All right. You have in SA, you should have 2 books for descent and of nominal situations, right? Correct. And everything else is in BO, correct? Affirmative. All right. And after that frame, could you please, on the page, could you please report? We verified the seat latches. We are removing the cap for the SA purification cartridge. All right. The belt. EPKP valve in SA. Is it closed? It is closed. RAP 7. TLF on board. Copy. We have the medical belts, Kentavre, and suits on. KVD PV valve is closed, and we are ready to open the KKT valve. You can put it in work. Opening KKT valve. KKT is open. I'm putting KSD BO in the electrical control mode. In the electrical control mode. KSD BO is in the electrical control mode. I am ready to translate to the descent module SA and work with the switches there. And I am going to be unavailable for a second. I need to redo the extension cord. So, Alexei, please report. So, we are turning off the transmit.
Favore, по Москвы.
Favore, MC.
Суд Москвы, Favore.
Moscow, Favore.
Favore, Москвы.
Favore, MCC Moscow. Where are you at?
Выполнил переход в СА.
I am in the SA descent module, and I turned everything off on the BRUB panel as the BO is in the electrical control mode.
Свет выключен.
The light is off,
Защитная крышка.
and the protective cover is closed.
Я понял.
Copy.
Продолжайте по 40-й.
You can continue working for page 40.
Принято.
Copy.
Так, подключил вентиляцию, можно включить. Все, есть вентиляция. Все, есть вентиляция.
All right, we have ventilation.
Так, по 40-й. Включаем блоки очистки.
All right, for page 40, we are turning on the atmospheric purification units, primary and the backup.
Резервно. Принято.
Copy.
Так.
Johnny?
Your time to work. КР 3 в положении конденсат БО.
KR3 needs to be put in condensate BO. Copy.
Принято.
Copy.
You can start pumping.
2 минут.
Начал работать.
All right, we started working.
Минута прошла.
1 minute is up.
Теперь надо будет проверить.
And we now need to check.
Суд Москвы.
Moscow, Favore.
На связи, Favore.
Go ahead, Favore.
Выполнили откачку конденсата.
We are done pumping condensate from BO,
КР-3 в положении конденсат СА.
and we are in position condensate SA. And on your go, we wanted to put the handle in the current state.
Я вас понял, не снимать. Хорошо, чтобы не мешало.
All right, just let's leave it where it is so that it's not in the way.
Не мешает. Заглушка сборника конденсата в положении закрыто.
And they not in the way.
Не мешает. Заглушка сборника конденсата в положении закрыто.
And the cover for the condensate is in position closed. And favore,
Отчет времени дадите по готовности.
Give us the countdown on when ready.
На формате время дата 9.
All right, on the display we have the date 9/12/2025, Moscow time 3 hours, 3, 12, 19, 21, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 20.
Что по времени скажете?
What'd you say, Moscow? We verified that the clocks are synced, and you can proceed closing SABO hatch. Copy. We have a go to close SABO hatch.
Поверхности протерты, чистые.
All right, we wiped the surfaces. They're clean. There is no FOD. We wiped the surfaces. They're clean. There is no FOD. Foreign objects. The sensors
В норме.
are nominal.
Закрываю люк. Транспарант люк САБО на ТС-7 не горит. КВД САБО в положении закрыто. КР-3 конденсат СА выполнено закрытие люка САБО. Вас понял, Фавор-1. Продолжайте по 40-й. Ведите репортаж. Принято. Указка подготовлена. Блок подсветки снят. Рассеивающий экран снят в 900-м футляре. РУС в транспортном положении. Работаем с РУО. И РУТ. Так, давайте оставим с РУО. И РУТ. Так, давайте оставим. Задавайте вопрос.
С РУ разобрались, в рабочее перевели положение? С РУДом как?
Нет, в процессе пока. Пока пристегиваюсь. Мне надо сперва пристегнуться, потом займемся РУ.
Я вас понял, вас понял. Фаворы по Москве. На каком этапе находитесь, Фаворы?
Favore, MCC Moscow. Where are you at in the procedure?
Суд Москвы Фаворы.
Moscow, Favore. We prepared hand controllers. Moscow, Favore. We prepared hand controllers, and so we are working with the operator mode. Yes, continue working.
И по строковой странице не забудьте две нижних строчки проверить.
And don't forget to check the two bottom lines on page 42. Copy. Can you put this in that pocket along with the glove? Okay.
Фаворы по Москве.
Favore, Moscow.
Фавором.
Moscow, Favore.
Суд Москвы, Фаворов.
На каком этапе?
Favore, what are you doing now?
Находимся на 41-й странице.
We are on page 41.
Замер подготовлен.
We prepared the altimeter. Please take the SR pressure data. Position is a 10. It's in position to M3M. Undock inhibit override switch is in inhibit position. Copy, and SR pressure, please. At 03:33, 761, 762 is the SR pressure. 762.
Уточняю, 782.
Correction, 782.
781, 782.
781, 782.
Вас понял.
Copy all.
Часы на скафандре.
We put the watch on the suit.
Слушаем.
Yes, go ahead.
Фаворы, давайте пока не надели.
Слушаем.
Yes, go ahead.
Фаворы, давайте пока не надели перчатки, проверим, сверим данные на спуск.
While you are not in your gloves, let's compare data for the descent. Copy, we're on page 47.
РДР 04 33 00.
Dynamic ops enable 043300. Copy, dynamic ops enable at 433. 1 minute to separation 043900. 043900.
Страница 48.
Page 48.
Расстыковки 04 40.
Separate 4000 is the separation time, and hooks open command sending, and separation plus 330 is 044330. 044330, that's separation.
Также пометьте команду В17, страница 46, не выдавать.
Okay, please don't send command B17 on page 46. Page 46. Do not command B18, use the table. And B18, use the table. Copy, we will not command V18, periscope in approach mode, and we will activate the rotational hand controller in approach mode. Yes, that is correct. Please open page 47. It's ready. Activate wide angle. And use AGC mode once. Copy wide angle lens and AGC mode once. Let's go to page 54.
Страница
060800 is the accelerometer activation time. 0608 00 00.
Принято.
Copy.
Резервная батарея 0609 00.
060900 backup battery activation via KRL. Copy, 060900, backup battery. 061000, dynamic ops actuation -1 minute.
Страница 55.
Page 55.
5-5.
55.
ТРДР, установки СУС, первую-вторую группу у вас должны быть.
And you should have SUS settings for groups.
СУС, первую-вторую группу у вас должны быть.
And you should have SUS settings for groups 1 and 2. Yes, we have them.
Запишите Т входа 074233.
074233 is the re-entry time. 07
4233.
4233
42-33.
4233.
Дата 09-12-25.
Date 09/12/25.
ТСКД 07-09-46.
Escadet
Импульс
TIG
28.
070946.
Форвард 55.
Copy. Did you write down the data for 55?
Так точно, остатки СУС.
That's correct. Group 1, 1266.
Второй группы.
Group 2, 0220. 0742 is the re-entry time. Current date 09/12/25.
Время. СКД 07.
Escadet TIG 070946, and Delta V is 128.
56, полсотни 6.
Continue in page 56.
Запреты КВ у вас должно быть 0655.
065500, you should have infrared horizon sensor inhibit. 0, you should have infrared horizon sensor inhibit. We confirm that. 0655.
Работаете. За 10 минут до СКД 065946 запишите.
065946 is 10 minutes to Escadet TIG. You have time 8 minutes prior to TIG. That's 070146. Confirm that.
ТСКД минус 8, 07, 01,
0701
46.
46, 8 minutes prior to Escadet TIG. Escadet TIG minus 1 minute, 070846. That is correct. Page 57. Okay, Delta V 128 and burn duration is 442. Copy. Escadet TIG 070946, Delta V 128, and then write down 071046. 07 10 16. That's Escadet TIG plus 30. That's correct. So let's go to 59.
Данные по двигателю ТСКД 070946, ГК 071428.
And we have engine cutoff at 071428, Escadet TIG 070946, 070946, engine cutoff 076, 070946, engine cutoff 071428. That's correct. Let's go to page 61. We are ready. You have engine cutoff at 0714. 07:14:38 is engine cutoff plus 10. Engine cutoff plus 10, 07:14:38. That is correct. Page 62.
Готово?
We are ready.
Разделение за 6 минут. 07:32:04.
07:32:04.
07:32:04.
07:32:04.
Подтвердите это разделение за 2:14 и за минуту 14.
And you have separation time minus 02:14 and minus 01:14. Yes, minus 02:14, 07:35:50, and separation minus 1 minute 14 seconds, 07:36:50. That is correct. Let's go to page 63. We are at 63.
63-я страница, продиктуйте.
Please read it aloud. Separation time 07:38:04. Yes. 8:04. Yes. STD time 07:40:40.
Справа уставки.
Okay. Settings on the right.
Уставки, имеется в виду по 63, да?
You mean on 63, right?
63-я, все верно, да.
63, that's correct.
При входа уставки СУС. Так.
Re-entry time and SUS settings.
Время входа 07:42:33.
07:42:33 is the re-entry time.
Уставки СУС.
66 for Group 1, Group 2, 0220.
Все верно. Страница 64.
That is correct. Please give me re-entry time on page 64.
Время входа 07.
Re-entry time 07:42:33.
Верно. Страница
That is
65.
correct. Page 65.
ОСП за минуту минус
Main should
8:31.
deploy minus 1 minute 07:48:31. 07:48:31, and main should deploy at 07:49:31. We confirm 07:49:31.
Страница 248.
Now we confirm 07:49:31.
Страница 248.
Now 2:48. Escadet TIG plus 8.
248.
2:48.
248.
2:48.
Так, ТСКД 8. Готово записать.
Escadet TIG plus 8, ready to copy.
17:46.
07:17:46.
07:17:46.
07:17:46.
Фаворы, данные сверены.
Favore, we checked the data.
Приступайте к проверке герметичных скафандров.
You are go to proceed with suit leak checks and
Принято.
copy.
Работаем по 42 странице. Готовимся к проверке герметичности скафандров.
We are on page 42, suit leak check.
Прекратилась подача 2. Текущее давление 793. Работаем по 42-й странице. Так, работаем по 42-й странице.
We're in page 42.
Дуплекс УФУ есть, РПВ-1
We have duplex intercom, manual ISO valve open, and we are pulling the pull straps. Continue in page 42. Don't forget about kneecaps and Valsalva.
Фаворы по Москвы, ответьте.
Favore, Moscow.
Фаворы по Москвы.
Favore, Moscow.
На связи, Фаворы.
Go ahead, this is Favore.
Фаворы, по проверке герметичности
On
скафандра
suit
выполняйте
leak
4
checks, please complete the steps. We will have an 8-minute AOS, LOS.
Приступайте. Проверка герметичности тока по 44-й.
And if you're complete with suit leak checks by then, please proceed with hatch leak. Inaudible, but please provide running commentary anyway.
0554 принял.
0554, copy.
0552, не забывайте, 0433 мы должны выдать РДР.
Unintelligible.
0442 РДР, да?
0442 is the enabled dynamic office command.
Необходимо проверить герметичность скафандра и герметичность люков.
And before that, you need to check suits for leaks and do the hatch leak check. Copy.
Привязная. Затянута. Наколенники.
We secured the restraints, kneecaps.
Привязная. Затянута. Наколенники.
We secured the restraints, kneecaps are installed.
Одеваем перчатки.
We're donning gloves.
Принято. Принято.
Inaudible, copy. Don gloves. 3 clicks. Copy.
Субфаворы, приступаем к проверке герметичности скафандров.
Moscow Favori, we are stepping into suit lead checks. We don't gloves. We have ventilation. Pressure regulator is in position 04. We're closing visors and monitoring ventilation. Closed. 2 clicks.
Поехали. Первый есть у вас?
Right. 005 for the first one. 005.
01.
01.
30 секунд первый.
30 seconds.
01.
01.
30 секунд первый.
30 seconds for the first one.
01 час. 0:35.
0:35. Once you get to 0:35, please report the time and close RDSP. Zero point 30. 1 minute 33 seconds. We can open the visors. Okay. The visors are open and you can close the epicap valve. Copy. Favore, MCC Moscow. For page 43.
Так, докладываем.
All right, reporting.
Время наполнения.
Time
До 0:1.
to pressurize the suits up to 0.1 is almost the same for everybody, about 30 seconds.
0.
For 0.35 for suit 1,
Минута.
1 minute 0.35 for suit 1,
Минута.
1 minute
18.
18 seconds. For the second one, 1 minute 33. And for the third one, 1 minute 25. The visors are open. And the pressure regulator is at 0.4. And the pressure in descent module is
Давление 827.
827.
Следующее данное.
CPO2
210 сработал состав.
210, and we got the notification about
Запас.
and the first section is 191
Кислород на баллоне СА
in
26.
SRO2 tank 266.
Тумблер ПБК введен.
Do we have the PBK switch primed? Yes, we do. All right, you can continue with the
Принято. Готовим.
leak checks and prepare S7 command. We have S7 primed.
Закрываем РПВ-1.
Close RPV1 valve.
Принято.
Okay, S7 is ready.
Так, по команде.
Okay, and on the go.
Готов.
I'm ready.
3. Так, сбрасываем на 150.
All right, go down to.
3. Так, сбрасываем на 150.
All right, go down to. Go down by 150.
600. Короче, до 700.
Down to 600. Actually, 700. All right, sending the command to release the pressure by 150. We have the notification KSDBO open. We are prepping OVK 11 command.
Выдаем.
All right, sending the command.
Так. Текущее давление.
And the current pressure in BO is
90.
590. Open is not illuminated.
На время 04.
And
03.
for
Высота давления
0403, a stop pressure is
825.
825.
В БО давление
BO pressure is 600.
Данные приняли.
All right, we wrote it down,
Скажу.
and I will remind you about the 5-minute measurement.
принято.
Copy. We'll remind you about the 5-minute measurement.
Фаворы до 5-минутного завера 30 секунд.
Cavalry, you have 30 seconds till 5-minute measurement.
Фаворы, примите данные.
Favore, we've got the measurement
На
ready
время 0408.
for 0408.
ВСА давление 800.
SR pressure is 827. BO pressure is 605.
Вас понял.
Copy.
Замер запрошу.
And I will request the 10-minute measurement
Принято.
in a little bit. Copy.
Johnny, do you want? Фаворы, через 30 секунд.
Favore,
10-минутный замер.
we will need a 10-minute measurement in 30 seconds.
Фаворцию по Москве готов.
Favore MCC Moscow, we are ready to copy. Favore MCC Moscow, 10-minute measurement is ready. SR pressure is 824.
БО давление
BO pressure is
604.
604.
Данные принял. 15-минутный замер подскажу.
We copy, and I will remind you about the 15-minute measurement.
Принято.
Copy.
You are looking live at the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft attached to the Prishal module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. On board that spacecraft, 3 crew members of the Expedition 73 crew, NASA's Johnny Kim, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zubritsky, all suited up, ready to undock from the complex about 25 minutes from now to begin the ride home and the completion of a 245-day mission. Good evening from Mission Control in Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Everything is in Good evening from Mission Control in Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Everything is in readiness for the departure of Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zubritsky. They climbed aboard their Soyuz spacecraft a few hours ago, donned their Sokol launch and entry suits, conducted leak checks on their side of the Soyuz Prishal docking interface, as well as leak checks of their Sokol launch and entry suits, and as we said, everything is in readiness for the actual physical separation of the Soyuz from Prishal at 7:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 8:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Their destination is a very chilly steppe of Kazakhstan, southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, about 91 miles south of Zhezkazgan, for a Tuesday morning touchdown at 10:03 and 55 seconds a.m. Kazakhstan time, seconds a.m. Eastern Time, just after midnight Eastern Time on Tuesday morning. That parachute-assisted landing will be met by a team of Roscosmos, Rosaviatsia, RSC Energia, and NASA personnel who are embedded in the search and recovery forces, who will be making their way to the landing site very shortly. We'll have more on the landing and recovery operations for these 3 crew members in just a few moments. The International Space Station is currently flying 262 miles over Madagascar, moving from southwest to northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. As we mentioned, the three returning crew members, NASA's Johnny Kim, Soyuz commander Sergei Ryzhikov, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexei Zabritsky climbed aboard their Soyuz spacecraft, closed the hatch a few hours ago. Cosmonaut Alexei Zabritsky climbed aboard their Soyuz spacecraft, closed the hatch a few hours ago, and conducted leak checks on their side of the docking interface, as did the remaining expedition crew members on the station side of the docking interface. So we have an airtight seal ready to depressurize that small passageway or vestibule prior to the time of the command to open up the hooks holding the Soyuz to the Prishal module. The Prishal hooks themselves were opened just over an hour ago, just prior to the completion of the leak checks at the docking interface. A few hours ago, to offer a few final words that signaled the beginning of the end of their time on orbit. You see Johnny Kim there on the right, Sergei Ryzhikov in the middle, in the front row, and on the left, Alexei Zabritsky. They were joined by the crew members who are remaining aboard the International Space Station. The new station commander, Mike Fink, he's in the back row, second from the left, joined by NASA astronauts Zena Cardman and Chris Williams, Kima Yayoi from the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and three Roscosmos cosmonauts, Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, Sergei Mikheyev, and Oleg Platonov. At the time of physical separation of the Soyuz from the Prishal module, about 21 minutes from now, that will mark the official end of Expedition 73 and the beginning of Expedition 74. And the beginning of Expedition 74. And here, again, several hours ago, you see the crew members waving goodbye one final time before entering the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft. There on the right is NASA's Mike Fink, who is the new space station commander and will be for the remainder of his mission on board the complex. Once the hatches swung closed, Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, one of the newer arrivals on board the International Space Station, conducted leak checks on the station's side of the docking interface. At the time of landing for the Soyuz spacecraft a few hours from now, Kim, Zabritsky, and Ryzhikov will have completed 245 days in space and aboard the space station itself. 3,000, by the way, that's the equivalent of about 208 round trips to the moon. For Johnny Kim and Alexei Zabritsky, this was their first flight into space. For Ryzhikov, his 245 days on this mission will have brought a total of 603 days in space for him on his 3 flights. That puts him 13th on the all-time endurance list. This trio of space travelers saw the arrival of 9 visiting vehicles and the departure of 6 visiting vehicles. Ryzhikov and Zabritsky conducted a pair of spacewalks during their time on orbit, totaling 13 hours and 3 minutes. We are about 6.5 minutes away from the flight control team here in Houston, led by Flight Director Heidi Brewer. We are about 6.5 minutes away from the flight control team here in Houston, led by Flight Director Heidi Brewer, polling the team here in Mission Control for a go for undocking. The sequence of events after that call for an undocking command to be issued at 7:40 p.m. Central Time, 8:40 p.m. Eastern Time. That basically initiates the opening of the hooks on the Soyuz side of the docking interface with the Prishal module. That procedure takes about 90 seconds to complete, followed by springs on both sides of the docking interface pushing off against one another to actually create the physical separation of Soyuz from the Prashal module and the International Space Station. At that point, Expedition 73 goes into the history books. Expedition 74 formally begins. There's a crew portrait of the 7 crew members who will remain aboard the International Space Station: Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, Chris Williams of NASA, and Sergei Mikheyev. The undocking itself is scheduled at 7:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 8:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. There will be a pair of separation burns, small firings of the Soyuz thrusters, the first being 8 seconds in duration, the second about 15 seconds in duration, to create the opening rate between the Soyuz and the station. It will travel to a safe distance away from the station, about 41 kilometers away from the station, for the big burn. That'll be the deorbit burn that is scheduled at 10:09 and 46 seconds p.m. Central Time, 11:09 and 46 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. That burn, which is basically a braking maneuver, it's a retrograde burn of 4 minutes and 42 seconds in duration to slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second. 4 minutes and 42 seconds in duration to slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second, allowing it to basically fall out of orbit on its high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere. Some 24 minutes after the deorbit burn, the pyrotechnics will be initiated to separate the 3 sections of the Soyuz spacecraft. The upper section, as you see in this diagram, is the orbital module. Right after the deorbit burn, that orbital module will be depressurized to vacuum in advance of the module separation itself. The 3 crew members are strapped into their respective seats in the descent module. That's the center section of the 3-section Soyuz spacecraft, with Zubritsky in the left seat, Sergei Ryzhikov as the Soyuz commander in the center seat, and Johnny Kim in the right seat. The call sign that you'll be hearing from Russian flight control, or favor in the English spelling of the term, that is the name of a mountain range in Russia that Ryzhikov chose as the call sign for his Soyuz vehicle. Again, the separation of the 3 sections of the Soyuz scheduled at 10:38 and 4 seconds p.m. Central Time, 11:38 and 4 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Just about 3 minutes after that, the Soyuz, the descent module, that center section, traveling with its heat shield in the direction of travel, will reach the upper traces of the Earth's atmosphere, some 420,000 feet above the Earth, traveling quite fast. That will occur at 10:41 p.m. Central, 11:41 p.m. Eastern Time. At that point, just about a minute and a half later, plasma will begin to build up. That's the result of the heat that will build up around the Soyuz. Plasma will begin to build up. That's the result of the heat that will build up around the Soyuz spacecraft that reaches some 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat shield, of course, will be repelling that heat as the Soyuz barrels its way toward the landing site on the steppe of Kazakhstan. Once the spacecraft and its 3 occupants exit the plasma regime, they'll feel maximum G-loads on their bodies, the first tug of gravity in some 8 months of spaceflight. The maximum G-loads of about 4 to 5 Gs against their bodies expected to occur at 10:47 p.m. Central, 11:47 p.m. Eastern Time. The command to open the parachutes on the Soyuz will occur at an altitude of 10.6 kilometers or 6.5 miles above the Earth, 34,777 feet to be precise. That command to open the chutes is expected at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. That parachute deployment sequence is triggered by a barometric pressure sensor at an altitude of 41,000 feet. At that point, the main parachute cover is jettisoned by pyros and springs, pulling out 2 extraction chutes, which in turn pulls out the drogue chute. That in turn pulls out the main chute. This all takes about 20 seconds to occur. Then at 21,300 feet, a barometric pressure sensor starts a timer that triggers most of the remaining events in the landing sequence. At an altitude of just 18,000 feet above the Earth, commands are issued to jettison the heat shield, inhibit the entry thrusters, and to open up valves to vent all the hydrogen peroxide fuel for the entry thrusters and the oxygen in the life support system tank. You've seen, perhaps in past Soyuz landings, a white vapor emanating from the spacecraft. That is normal. That's a combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen venting emanating from the spacecraft. That is normal. That's a combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen venting into the air. The purpose of this is to safe the vehicle for landing. The search and recovery forces do not want hazardous gases to remain in those tanks when the soft landing thrusters fire just a second or two before touchdown. This way, the ground support team can approach the vehicle immediately without any concern for hazardous gases. If all goes as planned, landing will occur at 11:03 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 55 seconds a.m. Eastern Time, 10:03 and 55 seconds a.m. Kazakhstan Time. That'll occur about 91 miles southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, 2 hours and 6 minutes after sunrise at the landing site in Kazakhstan.
Let's open manual ISO valve 2. Here it is.
They received their helicopter assignments and flew on an Antonov 26 aircraft from the main staging city of Karaganda, Kazakhstan, to the forward staging site in Zhezkazgan, Kazakhstan last night. They overnighted in Zhezkazgan, now have made their way to the airfield in Zhezkazgan, where they will board a half a dozen helicopters en route to the landing site, taking off in sequential fashion to arrive in the vicinity of the landing site around the time that the Soyuz will be approaching its touchdown point. They will form a circular racetrack pattern around the landing site. The voice and telemetry from Soyuz will be relayed through that Antonov fixed-wing aircraft that will send all of that voice and data back to the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside of Moscow. As is typical for a Soyuz entry, we do expect a loss. Moscow. As is typical for a Soyuz entry, we do expect a loss of signal in voice communications from Ryzhikov aboard the Soyuz when it reaches a point about 128 kilometers away from the station. The antennas on the Soyuz and the antennas on the station will not be close enough to provide voice relay. So the communications, as is always the case, is expected to be a bit choppy from time to time until the Soyuz, with its familiar beep-beep from its beacon, reaches the vicinity of that Antonov 26 at the landing site, and then we should be good to go for a touchdown about 91 miles southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan.
I have Sudan power, onboard computer ready.
На input 2, ТВС форматом.
And select TV system display on input 2. The command is ready. Sending the command. Transmitter is on. Display plus TV mode.
We are less than 9 minutes away now from the command for the undocking. Again, this command that will be issued
the approach display
at 7:40 p.m. Central Time, 8:40 p.m. Eastern Time,
for dynamics
is designed to open the hooks holding the Soyuz in place, latched on to the Prishal module, to which it has been attached since April 8th. It'll take 90 seconds for the hooks to fully open, initiating springs on both sides of the docking interface to push off against one another, and then we'll have physical separation. Interface to push off against one another, and then we'll have physical separation.
30 секунд до ТРД.
30 seconds to Dynamic Ops Enable command. That's correct.
20.
20.
The activities leading up to the anticipated undocking just a few minutes from now have gone very smoothly. No issues reported. Again, the departing crew members, Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky, floated into their Soyuz vehicle at 4:30 p.m. Central Time, closed the Soyuz hatch behind them, began a series of leak checks before donning their Sokol launch and entry suits, conducted leak checks in the suits themselves, and everything is in readiness for their departure.
With your go prior to TV more, I selected wide angle length. I'm activating ADC mode. Yes, press it once.
Выдал один раз пересветку.
ADC mode once.
Принято.
Use nominal. Copy.
This view is the same view that the three crew members are seeing.
Use nominal. Copy.
This view is the same view that the three crew members are seeing inside the descent module on their control panel.
TV more.
This is the external camera crosshaired view from the Soyuz MS-27.
I have soft dock.
You're familiar with that crosshaired engineering view. You'll see the data in the lower left-hand screen represent the distance that the Soyuz will have backed away from the International Space Station and its rate of departure.
I'm activating the headlight. S-17 commanding. We activated the headlight. ISS power connection is not lit. Docking system remote control is not lit. With your go, we are 43900. That's command D7 from the command control panel. Copy.
Again, a great view of the Soyuz MS-27 in the final minutes before its departure from the Prishal module. Less than 4.5 minutes now before the command is issued for the undocking. Once again, physical separation will occur 90 seconds after the issuance of that command. Once again, physical separation will occur 90 seconds after the issuance of that command. Just to reset some of the upcoming events, the undocking command is scheduled just over 3 minutes from now. 3 minutes after physical separation is the first of 2 separation burns of the Soyuz thrusters. This will be an 8-second burn to increase its departure rate by 0.53 meters per second. The second separation burn occurs about 1 minute and 20 seconds after that, a 15-second burn to further increase the opening rate by 1.61 meters per second.
Команда 30 секунд.
30 seconds.
Готовы через 20 минут выдать.
Just over
Yes, we're
a
ready to
minute
command
away
in
from the
20
undocking
seconds.
step of Kazakhstan on
5,
Tuesday morning.
4, 3, 2, 1. Commanding.
Дмитрий 7.
D7, D11,
Дмитрий 15.
lit. D15, lit.
The
G17,
Soyuz
lit.
docking mechanism has now been
S13,
activated.
lit. PS8, mechanical connection is lit.
Решение 04:40:00. Готовы выдать команду на открытие крюков.
With your go at 4:40, we are ready to command hook opening. Yes, you have a go to command D17 at 04:40.
Принято через 20.
Copy. Commanding in 20 seconds.
Д-17.
Standing by for the issuance of the undocking command.
10,
Standing by for the issuance of the undocking command.
10, 5,
5,
4,
4,
3,
3,
2, 1.
Выдаем.
Commanding.
And the command has been sent to open the hooks. This will take about 90 seconds to
Hook
complete.
closed.
С-13
Not lit.
не горит.
S13 is not lit.
Люк закрыт.
Transfer hatch closed is lit.
The hooks are driving according to telemetry being received
And I
at the Russian
have
Mission Control
prompted
Center.
some pressurization.
Принял, ожидаем расхождения.
Copy, awaiting separation. Copy.
Принято.
About 30 seconds away from physical separation.
Есть погасание механсоединения.
Mechanical connection is not lit.
Есть расхождение.
And we have undocking.
41:36.
044136. I have separation. Docking system mode is complete. Soft dock is not lit. I have docking system mode is complete. Soft dock is not lit. I have attitude system readiness 1 and 2. And indicator mode is not lit. And we are
Undocking confirmed at
continuing to separate
7:41
from
and
the
30
ISS.
seconds p.m. Central Time as Soyuz of the International Space Station flew 262 miles over eastern
What's the
Mongolia.
interface condition? Let me see.
Expedition 73 in the history books. Expedition 74 now
Docking
officially
interface
underway.
is clean, no FOG, and we're continuing to separate.
Фаворы, состояние стыка подтвердите.
Favore, please confirm interface condition.
This view from the Soyuz external engineering camera.
2 minutes to first burn.
That first burn that will initiate a faster opening rate. Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky on the way home. Undocking occurring flawlessly on time at 7:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time.
Через минуту ожидаем включения ДПО.
In 1 minute, we'll have depot burn.
Up until the undocking, for the first time in history, every single docking port at the International Space Station had been occupied. For the first time in history, every single docking port at the International Space Station had been occupied. Now there is an open parking place.
Favory, Moscow on interface conditions. I reported that the docking interface is clean and there are no debris. We're continuing to separate. 10 seconds to thruster firing. I have thruster firing.
And the first of the two separation burns being conducted.
8, we have attitude readiness.
The second burn
lit.
of 15 seconds in duration, about 1 minute and 20 seconds from now.
I have attitude readiness, and we are waiting for the second
Soyuz
burn.
reported to be stable, flying over southeastern Russia.
30 seconds.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Standing by for the second separation burn. And the burn is underway.
Thruster firing for the second burn. 7 seconds. 10. We are translating towards the USOS. The burn
And
is
the second
complete.
burn of 15 seconds in duration was nominal. So the Soyuz has increased its opening rate
and
on the International Space Station after an on-time departure.
Copy. Victor 18 is primed. We're sending the command. The command is sent. We are continuing in page 50. We have time cycle completion. It's not lit. And we're priming Ivan 1. What's the E1 status? It is lit. We are priming Andrei 11. Don't touch. With your go, we are ready to select first thruster manifold. That's correct. A11. Commanding A11. Andrei 13 is not lit. Priming D8.
As the Soyuz MS-27 moves further and further away from the space station, the search and recovery forces called Rosaviatsa, with NASA personnel embedded in the recovery team called Rosaviatsa, with NASA personnel embedded in the recovery team, will soon be making their way to the airfield in Zhezkazgan, the forward staging area for tonight's landing and recovery of the crew.
Ready to go off the big screen. Yes, command rotation controller in attitude control mode. Copy.
All of the Soyuz systems reported to be in great shape. Next up on the checklist of timelined events will be the deorbit burn. That is scheduled at 10:09 and 46 seconds Central Time, 11:09 and 46 seconds Eastern Time. A 4-minute, 42-second braking maneuver to slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second.
In attitude control mode. Position. Copy.
A good view of the Soyuz near the limb of the Earth as it flies from northwest to southeast, now crossing the Kamchatka Peninsula. On board, NASA's Johnny Kim and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei. On board, NASA's Johnny Kim and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky. We're about 3 hours, 13 minutes away from touchdown of this vehicle, the descent module, a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan.
Moscow, second section 171, 491 is the prop pressure, and with you go on ready to deactivate video. Let's deactivate video, por favor. We have a go. Copy.
Отключил телевидение.
I deactivated video at 04:51:20.
Фаворы Москвы. Признак спуск введен. Уставки на спуск заведены.
Favore, we have descent flag. The settings are ready, and we'll be working on page 54, but we have plenty of time before that. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just joining us, you're looking at the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft, having undocked from the International Space Station about 13 minutes ago at 7:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 8:41 and 30 seconds miles over eastern Mongolia. Aboard the Soyuz, NASA's Johnny Kim and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky are in the home stretch of a 245-day mission in which they will have traveled almost 104 million miles. Their destination is the chilly steppe of Kazakhstan, some 91 miles to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, where the Rosaviatsa search and recovery forces will be awaiting their arrival. After touchdown, the main event will be to extract the crew, place them in comfortable chairs by their capsule so that they can have a few minutes in an effort to try to regain some equilibrium after 8 months of weightlessness. They will be brought in those chairs into a nearby inflatable after 8 months of weightlessness. They will be brought in those chairs into a nearby inflatable medical tent where they will remove their SOCA launch and entry suits, get into more comfortable clothing, receive initial medical exams, and then be brought into 3 nearby helicopters, Russian Mi-8 helicopters, one for each crew member, to be flown back to the prime staging city in Karaganda, Kazakhstan, which is northeast of the landing site. Kim will board a NASA plane to fly back to Houston. Ryzhikov and Zabritsky will board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft to fly back to their training base and their home in Star City, Russia, outside of Moscow.
Everything is nominal according to the flight program. Please stay online. We expect the next com session at 0600 and we'll be performing steps in page 54. Copy. Next com session at 0600 and we'll be performing page 54. Please be on comms. If there are any questions, we're always ready to answer. Copy. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. The Russian flight controllers in Korolyov outside of Moscow continuing to have a dialogue with Soyuz Commander Sergei Ryzhikov aboard the Soyuz MS-27 along with Johnny Kim seated of the Soyuz, the descent module. The Soyuz moving to a safe distance away from the International Space Station for the initiation of a deorbit burn at 10:09 and 46 seconds p.m. Central Time, 11:09 and 46 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. This is basically a braking maneuver to enable the Soyuz to drop out of orbit for its high-speed entry back to Earth.
Москвы, ВГ-1 по радиограмме 55. Отвечаем, ВГ-1. Миш выполнил съемку стыковочного узла.
Fading from view, the Soyuz MS-27 on course to reach initiation of a deorbit burn about 2 hours and 9 minutes from now. The three crew members aboard the Soyuz, Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky, launched from the Baikonur Cosmodrome back on April 8th. It was a two-orbit rendezvous, which is typical now for crewed Soyuz missions. They reached the station just over 3 hours after their liftoff, docking to that Prishal module, the same docking port that they departed from about 22 minutes ago. Module, the same docking port that they departed from about 22 minutes ago. The crew saw the arrival of 9 visiting vehicles and the departure of 6 visiting vehicles. And while on board, Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky were part of the commemoration of the 25th anniversary of a permanent human occupancy on the International Space Station, as well as the arrival of the new Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency cargo ship, the HTVX-1. As the Soyuz is just about out of view from cameras on the International Space Station, the initial report from the NASA team embedded with the Rosaviatsia National Space Station, the initial report from the NASA team embedded with the Rosaviatsia Search and Recovery Forces is that they are departing their hotel in Zhezkazgan for the airfield there, where they will board the Russian Mi-8 helicopters eventually to fly down to the landing site. Right now, the temperature in Zhezkazgan is 20 degrees Fahrenheit with light snow. The Russian flight controllers are in the process of uplinking landing site coordinates for the onboard computers on the Soyuz. The landing site will be about 91.3 statute miles southeast of Zhezkazgan, with the landing occurring 2 hours and 6 minutes after sunrise. Sunrise at the landing site is about 52 minutes from now, with the deorbit burn planned for 10:09 and 46 seconds Central Time. This is Mission Control Houston with the Soyuz MS-27 now having passed out of visual range of external cameras activities leading up to the touchdown of the vehicle on the steppe of Kazakhstan. As we just saw, the whole entry process begins with the undocking of the Soyuz. Of course, that occurred a short time ago at 7:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time. The Soyuz backs away to a distance of about 41 kilometers away from the International Space Station for the deorbit burn, which is a 4-minute, 42-second retrograde braking maneuver to slow the Soyuz down and allow it to drop out of orbit. Some 24 minutes after the deorbit burn is complete, pyrotechnics will separate the three sections of the Soyuz. The crew, of course, strapped into their seats in the descent module with the heat shield in the direction of travel to repel temperatures that will build up with the heat shield in the direction of travel to repel temperatures that will build up to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. The first major activity after that will be the command to open the chutes, first drogue chutes, then the main parachute, and just a few seconds before touchdown, the soft landing thrusters will fire just about 1 to 2 seconds above the ground. That is a final braking maneuver to soften the landing for the crew on board, and the Soyuz will be home. Landing is scheduled tonight at 11:03 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 55 seconds a.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday, 10:03 and 55 seconds a.m. at the landing site in Kazakhstan, about 91 miles to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, where the Rosaviatsa Search and Recovery Forces to the landing site for the recovery of the crew. We will be back on the air at 9:30 p.m. Central, 10:30 p.m. Eastern Time for deorbit burn, entry and landing, and the recovery of the crew on the steppe of Kazakhstan. So stay with us throughout the evening for the final chapter in the 245-day mission of NASA's Johnny Kim and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky. With Expedition 74 now officially underway aboard the International Space Station, we'll take a pause and we'll be back with you in about an hour and 20 minutes. This is Mission Control Houston.
Go ahead on 2. Москвы фавором.
Moscow, favore.
Москвы, как принимаете фавором?
Moscow, favore. How do you copy?
Москвы на связи.
Favore, this is Moscow. We read you loud and clear. How are you?
На борту порядок.
Everything's fine on board. We're feeling fine.
Работаем по 54-й странице.
We are working per page 54.
Проверили параметры ГДУ.
We checked out the KDU parameters, and
Второй текст 172.
167, 172 are the pressures in the
Команда на включение
tanks, and then 401 is the prop level.
По 54-й странице подготовка к работе.
And then we are 401 is the prop level.
По 54-й странице подготовка к работе.
And then we are ready to
Принято.
send the prep the as their command. Copy. We will prep the A5 command. We have A5 prepared and LEDs illuminated. As the off is not illuminated, we selected the first manifold for KDU, and Vizir Prichal or approach is not illuminated. OVK is prepped. That's for the descent flag. And we are standing by for the accelerometer activation. Copy. At 060800, that's the time. Moscow, Favore. 0608 is the time of accelerometer activation. And we have TVS ready. Copy. And we confirm KDU repress and descent flag is already TS4 we confirm that the backup battery got activated at the time indicated. So we confirmed the S6 went through, and we are working with TVS system. Copy. Six 10 is when I sent the relay command, and the indicator is illuminated.
Картинку получаем, Favore.
We are receiving the video, Favore. Copy. By for the start of the mode in about 10 seconds. Favore, that is correct. Stand by. All right, continue working for page 55. We confirm dynamic mode inhibit is no longer illuminated. It is removed. Damping. Combined GSO no. Indicator mode CVM confirmed. Flexible cycle confirmed. KDU repress confirmed. Favore, please reports on reports on attitude build. Copy. The indicator mode is no longer illuminated. We confirm thruster firing. We confirm GSO 1. We have OSK. We confirm IKV is powered up. Is on.
Есть включение питания ИКВ в работу.
We have
Началось построение ориентации.
IKV infrared horizon sensor And we confirm vertical build.
Анализ ангажа 0,7.
For the pitch, we have 0.7.
Продолжается приведение к вертикали.
All right, we continue building the local vertical.
До включения двигателя. Работали депо.
Depot thrusters were activated. We are in stage 3.
Идет подстройка зеркал ИКВ.
And we have mirror IKV. Favore, MCC Moscow. Favore, MCC Moscow. Go ahead. How do you copy me?
Слышим.
Loud and clear. Favore, we copy. Let's do the time check. We copy. Let's do the time check.
Время
06, 15, 04, 05, 06, 07, 08. That's great. So we're done. Favore. Copy.
принято. Назначил четвертый этап, идет
All right, we are in stage 4,
Местная вертикаль
and we have the vertical built precisely.
Фавора, доклад принял, четвертый этап.
6:20:15 is when the calculation is complete. Depot thrusters are done firing, and that's going to be for the yaw.
Идет разворот
09.
180.
Так это не Благовещенск под нами интересно.
I wonder if it's Благовещенsk below us. It looks very, very similar.
Завершается разворот по рысканию.
The yaw maneuver is about to be complete.
Работает депо, уменьшается угловая скорость. Рысканию.
The yaw maneuver is about to be complete.
Работает депо, уменьшается угловая скорость.
Our angular rates are decreasing. 6:21:57. We have the attitude GSO. And we confirm visually unintelligible.
Вас понял. Приступайте по контролю уставок по шагу 5, страница 55.
Принято, приступаем к контролю ставок.
Copy. You can start monitoring the settings.
Уставки СУС первой группы.
Settings number 0.
Время входа.
Theory entry 07:42:33.
Уставки соответствуют.
The settings are correct.
Тормозной импульс
The retrograde maneuver is 128 079.7.
Перехожу на формат БДО.
And I am moving on to BDO display.
Выполняйте фаворы.
Контролируем на формате БДО.
On the trajectory display, we are monitoring
Дата включения
unintelligible.
09:12:27.
09:12:27. T activation TIG
Время
09:07.
07.
T activation TIG
Время
09:07.
30.
09:48. 6.
04. Время входа.
Theory entry 07:42:33.
Дельта В спусковое.
Delta V is 79.7. Two settings are correct on the trajectory display, and I'm moving on to the PRVI display.
Продолжайте формат ПРВИ ГЦ-1.
Формат ПРВИ.
All right, on the manual display,
Дата включения 09.
manual in
128:0.
Delta V 128, TIG 128. The range is correct. How copy?
Принял по странице 56. Продолжайте. Продолжаем работать.
Вас понял.
We copy.
Фаворы, примите условия в районе посадки.
All right, and the location at the landing site.
Готовы принять?
All right, we are ready to copy.
Кононенко на связи.
This is Oleg Kononenko with you.
Доброе утро.
Greetings, Oleg.
Доброе утро. Сергей.
Sergey,
Месте посадки 735.
735 is the atmospheric pressure at the landing site.
Минус 6. Месте посадки 735.
735 is the atmospheric pressure at the landing site.
Минус 6.
735
735.
is the pressure at the landing site.
Температура минус 6.
Temperature is -6.
Минус 8.
Ветер.
And what about the wind?
Ветер точки посадки 5 метров. С порывом
The wind
9.
is 5 meters.
Принято.
Облачность 9 баллов.
Спасибо.
Средняя пробка
We copy.
500 метров.
Where the wind gusts up to 9 meters per second.
На земле.
We copy. And we'll be happy to see you on the ground. Copy.
Фаворы. Продолжаем. Шаг 6.
Please select
Атмосферное давление.
step 7 and put in the atmospheric pressure.
Фавор, если меня слышите, давление.
Favor, if you copy, 735 is the pressure, and you need to use the prop display.
Favore, Moscow.
Отвечаем, фаворы.
This is Favore. Favore, Moscow.
Отвечаем, фаворы.
This is Favore. Page 56, step
Так точно,
6.
735.
Did you put the atmospheric pressure? Yes, 735 on the prop display. Copy. Favore, open page 66 to record the check altitude. Copy in work.
Готово, страница 66. Готово, страница 66.
We are ready on page 66. 700.
Контрольная высота 700 принято.
Okay, copy the altitude 700. Let's go back to page 56.
Работаем.
In work.
Акселерометр откалиброван.
Accelerometer is calibrated.
Продолжаем поддержание ориентации.
We continue
Good
to
evening from Mission Control in Houston and the
maintain
International Space
altitude
Station Flight Control Room
180,
as we prepare for the
Attitude
landing
is
of
correct.
3 crew members
Copy all,
who departed
Auroras.
the International Space Station a couple of hours ago, headed for a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan to wrap up a 245-day mission. Aboard the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft, NASA's Johnny Kim and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky are just 39 minutes away from the deorbit burn, the retrograde braking maneuver of the Soyuz engine to slow them down by 128 meters per second, allowing them to slide out of orbit for a high-speed entry back to Earth. Their target, a landing site on them down by 128 meters per second, allowing them to slide out of orbit for a high-speed entry back to Earth. Their target, a landing site on the chilly steppe of Kazakhstan, where the temperatures right now are 21 degrees Fahrenheit, moderately light winds, some light snow falling, and overcast skies. Very soon, the Rosaviatsa search and recovery team helicopters will be airborne from an airstrip in Zhezkazgan, which is about 91 miles to the northwest of the landing site. They will be timing their departure from Zhezkazgan, the forward landing staging area, so that they are arriving in a racetrack pattern around the landing site itself to greet the Soyuz under its large orange and white main parachute as it descends for a touchdown. The landing schedule at 11:03 seconds a.m. Kazakhstan time to wrap up what for Johnny Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky will have been, as we said, a 245-day mission on the International Space Station, in which they spend 3,920 orbits of the Earth, a journey of almost 104 million statute miles. This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking right now at a live view from the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft. Countdown clocks here in Mission Control in Houston ticking backward toward the engine firing of the Soyuz vehicle. a 4-minute, 42-second retrograde firing that will slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for its high-speed return back to Earth. That engine firing, the deorbit burn, is scheduled just 35 minutes and 18 seconds from now. The deorbit burn will begin at 10:09 and 46 seconds p.m. Central Time, 11:09 and 46 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Several hours ago, the departing crew members, NASA's Johnny Kim and Roscosmos cosmonauts Alexei Zabritsky and Sergei Ryzhikov, had an opportunity to say some farewell words from the Zvezda service module, surrounded by their remaining crew members who are still on board the International Space Station, led by NASA astronaut Mike Fink, the new station commander, along with NASA astronauts Zena Cardman and Chris Williams, Kimiya Yui of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, Sergei Mikheyev, and Oleg Platonov. The crew members had an opportunity to gather in Soyuz spacecraft. Once they entered the Soyuz spacecraft, the hatch was closed at about 4:30 p.m. Central Time on the Soyuz side, as Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky began their procedures to conduct leak checks on that side of the docking interface between Soyuz and the Prishal module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. Once the hatch was closed and those leak checks were conducted and proved an airtight seal at the docking interface, the three departing crew members donned their Sokol launch and entry suits and conducted leak checks on the suits themselves, as well as communications checks with the Russian flight control team in Korolyov. Sergei Ryzhikov, the veteran Soyuz commander who is strapped into the center seat of the three-section Soyuz spacecraft in the descent module, has used the call sign Favore into the center seat of the three-section Soyuz spacecraft in the descent module, has used the call sign Favore that is named after a mountain range in Russia. He will be communicating during the descent of the Soyuz back to the landing site in Kazakhstan, talking back and forth with the Russian flight controllers as long as there is communications capability between the spacecraft and the Russian control center. At some point shortly after the deorbit burn, the Soyuz will pass out of communications range, reliable communications range of the control center that is normal, at a distance of some 128 kilometers. But Ryzhikov already has been instructed to continue talking and providing updates on the condition of the crew, the performance of the spacecraft as they make their way towards the landing site in Kazakhstan to the southeast. Kim, Ryzhikov, and Zabritsky, upon touchdown, will have completed 245 days in space, 3,920 orbits of the Earth, a mission spanning 104 million statute miles. Of course, this wraps up the first flight into space for both Kim and Zabritsky. For Ryzhikov, he is concluding his third flight into space, and a total of 603 days away from the planet, good for 13th place on the all-time endurance list. We are 30 minutes away from the deorbit burn. This is an animation that shows the activities of the 4-minute, 42-second retrograde firing to enable the Soyuz to drop out of orbit. About 24 minutes after the deorbit burn is complete, the separation of the modules pyrotechnically will discard the instrumentation and propulsion module and the orbital module, leaving only the descent module flying in the direction of travel toward the landing site with its heat shield repelling temperatures building up to about 2,500 degrees Fahrenheit. About 15 minutes before landing, the parachute deployment sequence will initiate. First, Soyuz will fire its soft landing thrusters just a few feet above the ground, a final braking maneuver, and the Soyuz MS-27 will be home. The helicopters, the Russian Mi-8 helicopters belonging to the Rosaviatsa Search and Recovery Forces, in which there are half a dozen NASA personnel embedded in the recovery team operating this evening and actually Tuesday morning now in Kazakhstan. They will be in the Russian Mi-8 helicopters right around the time of the deorbit burn, beginning to make their way towards the landing site. It is choreographed specifically so that they arrive at the landing site to greet the Soyuz under its chute, flying in a racetrack pattern. One by one after touchdown, the helicopters will land. They will the personnel will begin to make their way towards the spacecraft to begin the process of extracting the crew, placing them on 3 chairs. The personnel will begin to make their way towards the spacecraft to begin the process of extracting the crew, placing them on 3 chairs nearby their capsule. It'll be quite cold at the landing site, I suspect, based on previous activities in Kazakhstan, that they will not keep the crew out in that cold weather for very long before they're carried in those chairs into a nearby inflatable medical tent to get out of their Sokol launch and entry suits and to get into more comfortable clothing. They will be brought to 3 awaiting helicopters, 1 for each crew member, and flown about 2 hours back from the landing site to the main staging city to the northeast in Karaganda, where a NASA Gulfstream jet and a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center jet are waiting. The NASA jet to take Kim back to the Johnson Space Center, the Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center jet to take Ryzhikov and Zabritsky back to with the undocking of the Soyuz. The undocking of the Soyuz MS-27 occurred at 7:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 8:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Eastern Time from the Prishal module on the Earth-facing port of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. The docking was flawless. About a minute and a half after the undocking, the first of 2 separation burns by the Soyuz thrusters was conducted. First an 8-second burn, followed about a minute and a half later by a 15-second burn that accelerated the Soyuz separation rate away from the International Space Station, ultimately placing it at a distance of about 41 kilometers away from the station. By a 15-second burn that accelerated the Soyuz separation rate away from the International Space Station, ultimately placing it at a distance of about 41 kilometers away from the station where it currently resides as we stand by for the initiation of the deorbit burn just 26 and a half minutes from now. Again, the undocking occurring at 7:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 8:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Eastern Time, as the Soyuz and the International Space Station flew 262 statute miles over eastern Mongolia. At the time of undocking, Expedition 73, the increment 73 on the International Space Station, for which Ryzhikov was commander for most of its time, that came to an end officially, and Expedition 74 began. Space Exploration Agency and Oleg Platonov of Roscosmos. Those 4 will be coming back to Earth in a couple of months on a SpaceX Dragon vehicle. And on the bottom, the newly arrived Soyuz crew of Soyuz MS-28, Roscosmos's Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, NASA's Chris Williams in the center, and Roscosmos's Sergei Mikheyev on the lower right-hand corner. So Expedition 74 now formally underway on the International Space Station.
Включение с КД 25 минут, на борту порядок.
25 minutes to SKD burn. Everything is fine on board. Copy all, favore. Everything is fine on board. Copy all, favore.
Begin the journey home from orbit for NASA's Johnny Kim and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky. The trio launched on the Soyuz MS-27 from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan back on April 8th, arriving for their docking to the Prishal module just about 3 hours and 15 minutes later, a two-orbit rendezvous profile, which is customary these days. And now, with their 245-day mission drawing to a close, we are set for the final act in this space mission that will see them complete the deorbit burn. Once again, about 24 minutes after the completion of that retrograde braking maneuver, once they are well away from low Earth orbit, they will have the separation of modules, the pyrotechnic separation of the three sections retrograde braking maneuver. Once they are well away from low Earth orbit, they will have the separation of modules, the pyrotechnic separation of the three sections of the Soyuz vehicle. The instrumentation and propulsion module, which is the lower section, and the orbital module, which is the upper section, they will separate from the descent module. That's the center section that the crew is strapped into their seats in, with Kim in the far right seat as board engineer number 2, Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, in the center seat, and to his left is Alexei Zabritsky, board engineer number 1. The only portion of the Soyuz that survives the module separation and returns to Earth is, of course, that descent module, with the heat shield facing the direction of travel to repel the temperatures that will build up around the spacecraft of some 2,500. That will be at 10:41 p.m. Central Time, 11:41 p.m. Eastern Time. The three crew members will begin to feel the first effects of Earth's gravity in over 8 months at that point. Just about a minute and a half after entry interface is the beginning of the buildup of plasma around the spacecraft. This is the ionization effect that creates essentially a fireball, with the heat shield repelling those high temperatures as it barrels toward the landing site in Kazakhstan. That plasma regime lasts for about 5 minutes in duration. We do expect to have choppy and sometimes intermittent communications capability between the Russian flight control team in Korolyov and the crew on board the Soyuz spacecraft. First, because of the distance, the geometric distance between the Soyuz and the International Space Station antennas, and then Korolyov, and the crew on board the Soyuz spacecraft. First, because of the distance, the geometric distance between the Soyuz and the International Space Station antennas, and then ultimately because of the heat buildup, that heat plasma buildup around the spacecraft itself. So if we don't hear from the crew, there's no cause for concern. This is typical, but to be expected, intermittent communications until the spacecraft exits that plasma regime, when maximum G loads of about 4 to 5 Gs build up against the crew just prior to the command to open the parachutes. Once the vehicle is within the neighborhood of the landing site, both voice and telemetry will be relayed through an airborne Antonov 26 spacecraft that is essentially a flying relay station, sending both data and voice back to the Russian
memory. Copy all favore. That's correct.
You will hear Ryzhikov calling out the duration of the deorbit burn for its 4 minutes and 42 seconds expected duration, plus chamber pressures. He will be encouraged by the Russian flight control team to continue to report on the condition of the crew and how the vehicle is behaving as it makes its way toward entry interface with its guidance honed in on the landing site 91 miles to the southeast of Zhezkazgan. Landing again scheduled at 11:03 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 55 seconds a.m. Eastern Time Tuesday morning. That will be 10:03 and 10:03 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 55 seconds a.m. Eastern Time Tuesday morning. That will be 10:33 and 10:03 and 55 seconds a.m. Kazakhstan time, about 2 hours and 6 minutes after sunrise. In our previous broadcast, I had an opportunity to explain that parachute deployment sequence that occurs about 15 minutes before touchdown. It's probably worthwhile, while we have a moment here, to cover is jettisoned by pyros and springs, pulling out 2 extraction chutes, which in turn pulls out the drogue chute. That in turn pulls out the main chute. This all takes about 20 seconds to occur. Then, at an altitude of 21,300 feet, another barometric pressure sensor starts a timer, triggering most of the remaining events in the landing sequence. At an altitude of just 18,000 feet, commands are issued to jettison the heat shield, inhibit the entry thrusters, and to open valves to vent all the hydrogen peroxide fuel for the entry thrusters and oxygen in the life support system tank. On previous Soyuz landings, when we've had clear visibility, you've seen a white vapor emanating from the Soyuz spacecraft. That is normal. I'm not sure we'll see it tonight because of the overcast skies at the landing site. But that white vapor is a combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen emanating from the Soyuz spacecraft. That is normal. I'm not sure we'll see it tonight because of the overcast skies at the landing site. But that white vapor is a combination of hydrogen peroxide and oxygen venting into the air. The purpose of this is to safe the vehicle for landing. The Rosaviatsa search and recovery teams do not want hazardous gases to remain in those tanks when the soft landing thrusters fire just a second or two before touchdown, and the vehicle has executed one final braking maneuver. This way, the ground support team can approach the vehicle immediately after touchdown without any hazardous materials to contend with as they began the process of extracting the crew from the descent module itself. Less than 16 Ryzhikov and Zabritsky had an opportunity to conduct 2 spacewalks during Expedition 73, totaling 13 hours and 3 minutes.
We have half
Kim
shadow.
spent his 8 months on orbit heavily into scientific research on the station. These 3, along with their crewmates, had an opportunity also to commemorate the 25th anniversary of a permanent human occupancy on board the International Space Station that began on November 2nd, 2000, with the arrival on board of Expedition 1, the commander then, Bill Shepard, along with Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Krikalev and Yuri Gidzenko. The returning crew also saw the arrival of 9 visiting vehicles and the returning crew also saw the arrival of 9 visiting vehicles and the departure of 6 visiting vehicles during their 245 days on board the orbital outpost.
5500, rises sensor indicator is not lit. You will need to activate BIOS 2 at 06:59:46. And don't forget to deactivate Beta 1 on Bill switch panel. And that time is 07:04:37. Okay, activating
Although tonight's operation, they are 24/7, 365. Tonight led by Flight Director Heidi Brewer in the middle of your screen. At the bottom of your screen to her left is Flight Director Garrett Hain, and at the top of your screen to Brewer's right is veteran astronaut Luca Parmitano of the European Space Agency, a Soyuz veteran in his own right. The Russian flight control team reports that all of the Soyuz systems are in excellent shape. As we The Russian flight control team reports that all of the Soyuz systems are in excellent shape. As we are just about 12.5 minutes away from the initiation of that deorbit burn, once again, this is a retrograde braking maneuver of 4 minutes and 42 seconds in duration to slow the Soyuz down by 128 meters per second, allowing it to drop out of orbit for its 54-minute ride back into the Earth's atmosphere and a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan, 91 miles to the southeast of the forward staging city of Zhezkazgan. Light snow reported in the area, temperatures around 21 degrees Fahrenheit. We're now just 11 minutes away from the initiation of the deorbit burn. All quiet here in Mission Control in Houston. All quiet on the loops between the Russian flight controllers and the Soyuz spacecraft. Again, just for situational awareness, you'll be hearing the call sign Favore in the communications between the flight controllers in Korolyov and Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander. Again, just for situational awareness, you'll be hearing the call sign Favore in the communications between the flight controllers in Korolyov and Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander. That is the call sign selected by Ryzhikov. All Soyuz commanders select a call sign for their spacecraft that is used from launch to docking, and then reversely from undocking to landing.
Москвы Фаворы 06.
Moscow Favore, going to be pilot pilot site. And your next reference point will be TIG -8. Copy.
At the landing site this evening, there are 6 Russian Mi-8 helicopters that will be airborne from the airfield in Zhezkazgan right around the time of the deorbit burn, some 9 minutes from now, to be joined by an Antonov 26 fixed-wing aircraft. That is the flying command and control center right around the time of the deorbit burn, some 9 minutes from now, to be joined by an Antonov 26 fixed-wing aircraft. That is the flying command and control center that will relay telemetry and voice from the Soyuz back to the Russian Mission Control Center as the Soyuz approaches the landing site. There are also 4 all-terrain vehicles in play that are always used for support of recovery personnel. Further to the southwest, near the Baikonur Cosmodrome at the Kraini airfield, there are 2 Russian Mi-8 helicopters as well, in the highly unlikely event that the Soyuz would move into a ballistic trajectory, meaning a technical problem that would trigger a ballistic landing, a shortfall, if you will, of some 400 kilometers short of the landing site itself.
Confirm.
Д-3 подготовили.
We have A3 ready, and we are sending the command. All right, KSABO is off. Correction, T3. Favore, MCC Moscow. Continue working for page 56. The next reference point is going to be TIG -1 minute. Copy, we're standing by. Favore, just as an FYI, even if we do not respond, please provide a running commentary.
Понял.
Copy.
Now approaching the deorbit burn, you'll hear him calling off the times and chamber pressure on the Soyuz engine, but also a running commentary of the condition of the vehicle during its descent back in the Earth's atmosphere for as long as communications are available. About 10 seconds after the completion of the deorbit burn, the upper section of the Soyuz, that's the bulbous orbital module section, will be automatically depressurized to vacuum. That sets the stage for the separation of the three sections of the Soyuz. That is scheduled at 10:38 and 4 seconds p.m. Central Time, 11:38 and 4 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. p.m. Central Time, 11:38 and 4 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. On board the International Space Station, the newly comprised Expedition 74 crew, the commander, NASA's Mike Fink, along with NASA crew members Zena Cardman and Chris Williams, Kimiya Yui of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and cosmonauts Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, Sergei Mikheyev, and Oleg Platonov of Roscosmos are in their pre-sleep period. They have been following the communications of the departure of their three colleagues, Kim Rizhikov.
Favore, please provide a running commentary.
Now just 3 minutes away from the start of the deorbit burn. This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just joining us, we're 2 minutes away from the deorbit burn, the retrograde engine firing by the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft to begin the... Just 1 minute away now from the deorbit burn and the start of the journey home for Kim, Rizhikov, and Zabritsky.
The stabilization mode command has been prepped. We're standing by. And we're sending the G3 command. Stabilization mode command has been prepped. We're standing by,
Выдаем
and we're sending the G3 command.
SKD
SKD
открыто.
cover is
The
open.
Soyuz engine cover has been opened.
BIOS confirmed. Power
35 seconds
set
from the start of the burn.
for
Поворот доклад принял.
SKD operation confirmed.
Работаем на форматах маневра, контроль.
Copy. Please monitor it on displays maneuver and control. Copy.
Инфу-1 формат контроля.
On Info 1 and Info
15
2 are
seconds
on,
till the burn.
and we are standing by for the TIG.
Есть включение СКД в заданное время. Работает СКД.
TIG activation confirmed.
20 секунд набрали.
20 seconds.
Параметр
Unintelligible 9
30 секунд.
is the delta. 30 seconds.
30 seconds into the
13
burn,
meters
everything
is
looks
the
good.
total burn.
This will slow the Soyuz down by
And the
128
prop-
meters per second, allowing it ultimately to slip out of orbit.
Consumption is nominal.
One minute now into the 4-minute, 42-second burn.
Минута работает СКД. Импульс 28.
1 minute into the burn, and probe consumption is nominal, 65.
Параметр КДУ.
CDU parameters are nominal. Copy.
8.
1 minute into the burn, and probe consumption is nominal, 65.
Параметр КДУ.
CDU parameters are nominal. Copy.
"90 seconds into the burn, everything looking good.
130 работает.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
40. Ускорение 0,45.
Burn is 40, and acceleration is 0.45. Probe consumption is nominal.
Продолжаем контроль.
Continue monitoring.
Две минуты работаем.
2 minutes.
Ускорение
Into
0,46.
TIG,
Way
0.46.
through the burn, chamber pressure, fuel consumption, all looking good.
Две с половиной минуты работает СКД.
2 minutes into TIG,
8. Ускорение
0,
0,46.
60,
Параметры
6, 68,
прошли.
and parameters are all nominal. We are past.
Проходим Дельта В спусковой 1.
All right, we are past Delta V.
3 минуты.
Passing 3
3
minutes
minutes
into the burn,
into
about
the
another minute
burn,
and 42 seconds left.
0.82 meters.
Параметры.
Parameters are all nominal. Prop consumption is also nominal.
At Jez-Kazgan, the forward landing staging.
0.82 meters.
Параметры.
Parameters are all nominal. Prop consumption is also nominal.
At Jez-Kazgan, the forward landing staging site, the Rosaviatsa search and recovery helicopters, the Russian Mi-8s, have their rotors spinning, ready to take off in sequential fashion for the landing site. It's about a 30-minute
3.5
ride.
minutes for the burn. 0.46 is a Delta V, and prop consumption is 230.
1 minute
Parameters are
left
all
in the
nominal.
burn.
Менее минуты до ГК.
All right. We have less than 1 minute till GK command, main engine cutoff command.
4 минуты работаем.
4 minutes into the burn.
10. Ускорение.
Burn.
Ожидаем ГК через 10 минут.
We are
And we're standing by for the completion of the burn.
Через 10 секунд отставить.
We're standing by for the main engine cutoff command in 10 seconds.
Есть выключение двигателя.
Main engine cutoff command.
And we have
goes
engine
through.
shutdown, a perfect
Thermal
deorbit burn.
sensor is off. The SDBO is open.
The proper change in velocity was achieved. So Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky are
Pressure in BO is
heading home
dropping.
for a landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan.
190 is stable. Stable.
Тут Москве как приняли?
Moscow, how copy?
Штатно.
The burn was nominal.
ГК вовремя.
Main engine cut off on time. Favore. We copy all. Get ready for the separation. Work for page 62.
So with the completion of the deorbit burn, next up on the timeline will be the pyrotechnic separation of the three sections of the Soyuz vehicle. That is expected about 23 minutes from now at 10:38 and 4 seconds. Section of the Soyuz, the orbital module, is underway, setting the stage for that module separation event.
Так, разделение по ГЦ есть.
Separation confirmed.
Время до разделения. Обратный отсчет идет?
Do you have the countdown till separation?
We're about 9 minutes away from the point at which the Soyuz will be right on the edge of choppy. We're about 9 minutes away from the point at which the Soyuz will be right on the edge of choppy communications with the Russian flight control team that you see there in this balcony view from the Russian control center outside of Moscow. The far range of reliable communications is about 128 kilometers. To the landing site, arriving in sequential fashion in a racetrack oval-shaped pattern around the landing site itself, awaiting the arrival of the Soyuz under its large orange and white main parachute. And reports from Zhezkazgan now indicate that the first of the helicopters are in fact airborne toward the landing site with the nominal completion of the deorbit burn. We expect overcast skies once we have video from the landing site. Earlier this evening, there were reports of some light snow flurries. The temperature at the landing site, 21 degrees Fahrenheit. Skies once we have video from the landing site. Earlier this evening, there were reports of some light snow flurries. The temperature at the landing site, 21 degrees Fahrenheit. Time of 11:03 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time. Everything is in readiness at the landing site. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters are airborne, heading for that point some 91 miles to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan. After touchdown, the helicopters will land in sequential fashion and begin the process of approaching the vehicle and extracting the crew, placing them in 3 chairs outside of the capsule. They'll be bundled up against the chilly temperatures, albeit desiring fresh air after 245 days in space. They'll be brought into a nearby inflatable medical tent and will be helped out of their Sokol launch and entry suits into more comfortable clothing. They'll receive initial medical tests. Brought into a nearby inflatable medical tent and will be helped out of their Sokol launch and entry suits into more comfortable clothing. They'll receive initial medical tests and then brought back out to board 3 helicopters, 1 for each crew member, for a 2-hour flight back to the prime staging city of Karaganda, Kazakhstan. Johnny Kim will board a NASA jet for a flight back to the Johnson Space Center, while Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center jet to fly back to their training base and their home in Star City, Russia, outside of Moscow. This is Mission Control Houston. We are beyond the point of the deorbit burn that was nominal, a 4-minute, 42-second retrograde braking maneuver, enabling the Soyuz to begin its trek out of low Earth orbit back through the Earth's atmosphere toward the Soyuz, bringing Johnny Kim Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky home after 245 days in space and a journey of almost 104 million statute miles. That is the equivalent of about 208 round trips to the moon. We are at the point where we expected communications either to be very ratty or to drop out altogether. This is typical. We should be regaining communications sporadically up until the time of entry interface and the entry into the plasma regime, where the peak heating around the spacecraft creates an ionization effect that would prevent any communications until the Soyuz descends further out of the upper regions of the Earth's atmosphere and regains communications that would prevent any communications until the Soyuz descends further out of the upper regions of the Earth's atmosphere and regains communications with the Antonov 26 fixed-wing aircraft in the vicinity of the landing site.
Moscow, everything is fine on board. We have less than 13 minutes left till unintelligible, and we are till separation, and we are going to be closing devices in about 5 minutes. Copy, favore. 12 minutes till separation. Station, how do you copy, favore?
Отвечаю фавором.
Go ahead, favore. Sergey, we are doing on board, and thank you so much, guys, for your hospitality. We are doing good, and we'll let the mission control know.
МКС УП Москвы для Сергея Рыжикова слышали доклад. Импульс отработали до разделения.
MCC Moscow confirms that we did copy your last message and that there will be about 12 minutes till separation.
And a good comprehensive report as Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, talked to Sergei Kud-Sverchkov aboard the International Space Station, as well as the flight control team in Korolyov that you see there in this live view from a balcony camera. The report from Ryzhikov indicates that the crew is in great shape, feeling well, and that all of the Soyuz systems that you see there in this live view from a balcony camera. The report from Ryzhikov indicates that the crew is in great shape, feeling well, and that all of the Soyuz systems are in good shape, as we are about 11 minutes away from the expected time of the module separation, the pyrotechnic separation of the three sections of the Soyuz, enabling the descent module, in which the crew is strapped into their respective seats, to be facing the direction of travel, with the heat shield repelling the buildup of heat and plasma as the Soyuz makes its way through the denser portion of the Earth's atmosphere, heading for its landing site. We are expecting touchdown at 11:03 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time. This is Mission Control Houston. The three returning crew members, NASA's Johnny Kim and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky, are currently about 9 minutes away from the next milestone on the road back to Earth, that being the pyrotechnic separation of the three sections of the Soyuz spacecraft, and some 34 minutes away from their touchdown on the steppe of Kazakhstan on a parachute-assisted landing that is anticipated at 11:03 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, which is 10:03 and 55 seconds a.m. Kazakhstan time Tuesday. That is about 2 hours and 6 minutes. With the departure of the Soyuz vehicle, with the undocking occurring at 7:41 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time this evening, the Expedition 74 increment got underway officially under the command of NASA's Mike Fink, joined on board by NASA's Zena Cardman and Chris. The Expedition 74 increment got underway officially under the command of NASA's Mike Fink, joined on board by NASA's Zena Cardman and Chris Williams, Kimi Yui of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Kud-Sverchkov, Sergei Mikheyev, and Oleg Platonov. We're about 30 minutes. We're about 30 minutes away from our anticipated touchdown of the Soyuz MS-27 on the steppe of Kazakhstan. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters are all airborne from the Jezkazgan airfield, heading toward the landing site. They will arrive in the vicinity of the landing site shortly before the Soyuz does, forming a racetrack pattern around the site itself, so that they have a clear view of the Soyuz under its orange and white main parachute prior to touchdown, at which point the helicopters will begin to descend fairly rapidly in sequential fashion to allow the technicians from RSC Energia, the search and recovery teams, We're about 28.5 minutes away from the anticipated landing of the Soyuz MS-27, everything in good shape. Some 3 minutes away from the module separation. That'll be the next milestone that we'll be waiting to receive telemetry on.
Descent. We have automatic controlled descent mode. Copy all, favore. Everything is fine on board. We didn't hear you last. We started separation program. We are ready for separation and everything is fine on board. Copy all. Continue providing running commentary.
And good reports from Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, who's in the center seat of the descent module, flanked to his left by Alexei Zabritsky and on his right NASA's Johnny Kim. About Zabritsky and on his right NASA's Johnny Kim. About 1 minute away from module separation. That module separation, which is imminent. And telemetry received in the Russian Mission Control Center indicates a good module separation. So the descent module with the 3 crew members strapped into their respective seats, now flying free of the other 2 sections. The heat shield on the descent module with the crew inside facing the direction of travel, as we are less than 3 minutes away from the vehicle and the crew reaching the first traces of the Earth's atmosphere. Direction of travel, as we are less than 3 minutes away from the vehicle and the crew reaching the first traces of the Earth's atmosphere. Time to touchdown, 24 minutes, 45 seconds. This is the point at which the communications from the Soyuz are expected to be choppy and sporadic. Once the vehicle begins what is called entry interface at an altitude of 61.8 miles. The ionization of plasma around the vehicle will begin to build for several minutes, thus blocking communications for the most part. 23 minutes now till touchdown. "23 minutes now till touchdown. This is Mission Control Houston, less than 21 minutes from This is Mission Control Houston, less than 21 minutes from the anticipated landing of the Soyuz MS-27 on the steppe of Kazakhstan, a parachute-assisted landing that brings Johnny Kim of NASA and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky home. All of the events throughout the course of the afternoon and evening have gone perfectly. The entry interface has been reached. Temperatures beginning to build around the spacecraft. This is the area of peak heating on the descent module, with the heat shield obviously repelling that heat. The vehicle and the crew of Aviatsa Russian Mi-8 helicopters, including NASA personnel embedded with the search and recovery team, are in transit to the landing site, should be arriving shortly to take up their positions in a racetrack pattern around the landing site, awaiting the arrival of the Soyuz under its large orange and white parachute. Johnny Kim and Alexei Zabritsky coming home, completing their first Johnny Kim and Alexei Zabritsky coming home, completing their first flights into space, respectively. 245 days in space, 3,920 orbits of the Earth, a journey of almost 104 million statute miles. For Sergei Ryzhikov, this is the completion of his third flight into space, and a total of 603 days away from the planet, good for 13th on the all-time endurance list. This is a low resolution view as the vehicle is approaching the landing site during its descent, but again you get the idea. Partly cloudy skies, temperatures about 21 degrees. There is snow on the ground, not considerable amount of snow, but a drone shot of some of the all-terrain vehicles that are part of the Rosaviatsa search and recovery forces. We're at the point of the entry where maximum G loads of about 4 to 5 Gs beginning to build up on the crew. They're about 20 miles in altitude. Their entry guidance on board taking them to the landing site.
Favore, you're breaking up. We passed re-entry, passed plasma, unintelligible.
You heard for just a moment there some communications from the Soyuz.
Type of descent. Automatic controlled descent. 8 seconds is the atmospheric miss. Copy. Marker below the curve. Integral is 12. How are you feeling? We are feeling fine. Copy. Okay, expecting main chute deploy in 1 minute.
And you heard that report from Sergei Ryzhikov. The vehicle is out of the regime of the high heat peaking on the vehicle. The crew is feeling well. We're 15 minutes away from touchdown and just a few seconds away from the anticipated command to open the chutes.
Prepare for main chute deploy.
We're 15 minutes away from touchdown and just a few seconds away from the anticipated command to open the chutes.
Prepare for main chute deploy.
This is Mission Control Houston, less than 13 minutes before touchdown. We're standing by for confirmation of the deployment of the chutes. All of the descent events for the Soyuz and its 3 crew members have gone. The parachutes should have deployed by now, and we are expecting confirmation of that momentarily. The communications, as expected, somewhat sporadic between the Soyuz and the Antonov 26 at the landing site, that is the Flying Command and Relay Station, sending back communications and telemetry to the flight control team that you see there in the Soyuz, and the Antonov 26 at the landing site, that is the Flying Command and Relay Station, sending back communications and telemetry to the flight control team that you see there in the Russian Mission Control Center. Received information from the Russian Control Center that the Antonov 26 at the landing site has visual confirmation of the Soyuz under its large orange and white main chute. We're still awaiting video from the landing site, but we do know that the Soyuz is now descending under its parachute, 9.5 minutes until touchdown. And this view of the landing site from a drone, courtesy of Roscosmos. And this view of the landing site from a drone, courtesy of Roscosmos, as it pans the area of the landing site. Again, we did receive confirmation that the Soyuz is descending under its main parachute. Everything appears to be going nominally, with 8.5 minutes to go until touchdown. The temperature at the landing site is about 21 degrees, and now we're getting our first view of the Soyuz. Hazy, cloudy skies, but you can see the chute. Large parachute, the Soyuz under that chute, descending for a touchdown about 7 minutes and 40 seconds from now, and a view from an aerial drone of some of the all-terrain vehicles moving toward the expected touchdown site. We are expecting landing just a few seconds before 11:04 p.m. Central Time. Once again, the skies cleared somewhat to allow us these views. Some snow on the ground, temperatures around 21 degrees Fahrenheit, but everything is in good shape as the Soyuz heads for an on-time landing to bring Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky back to Earth after 245 days in space. 7 minutes till touchdown. "245 days in space. 7 minutes till touchdown."
Teacher.
3,000 altitude.
Ветерочек по земле не подскажете?
What about the wind? $340.
You can hear the beeping of the radio beacon on the Soyuz as it establishes radar contact with the Antonov fixed-wing aircraft.
My ears are, I need to pump my ears. I cannot reach my golf ball.
Try to make a, like, how to say, like a drink of water.
I tried.
Now, fresh equalization, so
Yeah.
soon would be nice.
Now just 5 minutes away from touchdown. Again, this view of one of the all-terrain vehicles, part of the complement of vehicles supporting the recovery of the Soyuz MS-27 crew. Just minutes away from touchdown. Again, this view of one of the all-terrain vehicles, part of the complement of vehicles supporting the recovery of the Soyuz MS-27 crew. Just minutes away from touchdown.
$2,000 is the current altitude.
The Soyuz about 2 kilometers above the ground. There is voice contact between the search and recovery forces and the spacecraft. Everything looking good. 4 minutes until touchdown.
One more time, check your knee pads. All tightened. The altitude right now is 1,500.
Several views being provided by Roscosmos. This again a drone video of 2 of the all-terrain vehicles moving into position near the expected. Several views being provided by Roscosmos. This again a drone video of two of the all-terrain vehicles moving into position near the expected touchdown point.
It's cloudy. I don't see you just yet. What's altitude? Close to 1,000.
So about 1,000 meters above the ground now, according to the report from Sergei Ryzhikov. The Russian Mi-8 helicopters are in position, flying over the landing site, as is the Antonov 26 fixed-wing aircraft.
Please. Excellent. .800 altitude.
800. The crew being instructed to brace for landing.
.500 meters. Did you copy? Do you see the arrow? It turned. It's to the left. The landing coordinates 47, 22, 69, 43. I see it. I turn to the right. Right. Tabor 429. To the rescue aircraft.
This is Mission Control Houston. Although we did not see the landing itself, the search and recovery forces called out landing coordinates, and from that we have informed the flight director here in Mission Control that the Soyuz MS-27 has in fact landed.
522, close by.
The approximate landing time, 11:03 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 30 seconds a.m. Eastern Time, 10:03 and 30 seconds a.m. at the landing site. So we'll call it a landing.
420.
And now the search and recovery forces and the Russian Mi-8 helicopters will be moving into position to begin the extraction of the crew once they've ascertained that the vehicle has no hazardous gases. Once again, Soyuz MS-27 has landed. It was a nominal entry. The extraction of the crew once they've ascertained that the vehicle has no hazardous gases. Once again, Soyuz MS-27 has landed. It was a nominal entry. The unofficial landing time, 11:03 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 30 seconds a.m. Eastern Time.
Ready to copy and to transmit. .697 is here. Ready to copy. Cosmos 2 to 429. I don't hear you.
So, Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zabritsky are home for the holidays after 245 days in space, having landed 91 miles to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, and there you see on the front screen of the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov the Russian words Есть посадка, they've landed. All of the evening's events, from hatch closure to undocking to the deorbit burn, all of the entry activities and landing went by the book to bring to an end this 245-day mission. Events, from hatch closure to undocking to the deorbit burn, all of the entry activities and landing went by the book to bring to an end this 245-day mission spanning almost 104 million statute miles. The all-terrain vehicles, including one that contains the ground-based television cameras and their operators, are in the process of making their way toward the spacecraft. Hopefully within a few minutes they'll reestablish that television view with the search and recovery teams surrounding the capsule, beginning the work to extract the vehicle. The crew inside the vehicle in the descent module, Johnny Kim strapped into the right seat of the descent module, in the middle seat, Sergei Ryzhikov. The crew inside the vehicle in the descent module, Johnny Kim Strapped into the right seat of the descent module, in the middle seat, Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, and in the left seat, Alexei Zubritsky, having completed their 245-day mission, with a landing at 11:03 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 30 seconds a.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday morning. Once again, this view from Roscosmos television, the landing coordinates, and confirmed an approximate landing time of 11:03 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 30 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. And there you see some of the Russian Mi-8 helicopters that are flying and descending in sequential fashion to assist in the recovery of the 3 crew members. The work now will involve the extraction of the 3 crew members from the descent module. They'll be placed in chairs right by the capsule to allow themselves a few minutes of regaining their land legs and equilibrium. They'll be placed in chairs right by the capsule to allow themselves a few minutes of regaining their land legs and equilibrium. They then will be brought in each of their chairs into a nearby inflatable medical tent to remove their Sokol launch and entry suits, get into more comfortable clothing, and then in turn be brought back to 3 awaiting helicopters, 1 for each crew member, that will take them on a 2-hour flight back to the staging city in Karaganda to the northeast. Johnny Kim will board a NASA plane bound back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston, while Ryzhikov and Zubritsky board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft for a flight back to their training base in Star City, Russia, outside of Moscow. This is Mission Control Houston. Once again, you're looking at a wide view of the landing site in Kazakhstan, to the southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan, where the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft and its 3 occupants, NASA's Johnny Kim, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky landed at 11:03 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 30 seconds a.m. Eastern Time, to complete a 245-day mission aboard the International Space Station. All of the entry and landing activities went perfectly. There were very cloudy conditions at the landing site that prevented us from actually seeing the Soyuz descending under its main parachute or the touchdown itself. But the verbal words from the search and recovery forces from actually seeing the Soyuz descending under its main parachute or the touchdown itself. But the verbal words from the search and recovery forces flying overhead indicated that they had voice contact as well as visual contact of the Soyuz under the chutes, and confirmed the touchdown coordinates that indicated that the touchdown occurred as planned at 11:03 p.m. Central Time, 12:03 a.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday. That would have been 10:03 a.m. at the landing site. And here is a video now at the landing site itself, and right by the spacecraft. Recovery forces are there. They will be now working to begin the process of extracting the crew one by one and placing them in chairs nearby, and then bringing them into an inflatable medical tent. Again, there's your Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft, having been pulled over onto its side after touchdown. The winds are a little bit frisky out there, and temperatures quite frigid, 21 degrees Fahrenheit. There is the hatchway at the top of the Soyuz spacecraft. Again, this is not unusual for a Soyuz to be pulled onto its side following touchdown, depending on the weather conditions and the wind. So, under overcast skies with snow flurries and temperatures around 21 degrees Fahrenheit, the 3 crew members who flew on Expedition 73 are home. They undocked that Soyuz spacecraft from the Prishal module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station at 7:41 p.m. Central Time, almost 4 hours ago, landing about 17.5 minutes ago at 11:03 p.m. Central Time, 12:03 a.m. Eastern Time. (12:03 a.m. Eastern Time). So members of the search and recovery forces are in the process of working the top hatch of the Soyuz spacecraft to begin the process of extracting the crew. Johnny Kim and Alexei Zabritsky, home after their first flights into space, respectively, 245 days. Sergei Ryzhikov has just completed the third flight in his career and now has logged a total of 603 days in space, respectively, 245 days. Sergei Ryzhikov has just completed the third flight in his career and now has logged a total of 603 days in space. The top hatch is open, and members of the technician team peering in to receive flight data file books and to check on the initial condition of the crew before they begin the extraction of the crew members. The chairs that they'll bring the crew to for a few minutes to gain their land legs back, if you will, those have been set up on a tarpaulin just outside of the capsule. The crew probably won't spend very much time in those chairs because of the cold weather out there. They'll be bundled up before they're brought in to a nearby inflatable medical tent to Karaganda, Kazakhstan, the staging site for today's landing. Members, having crawled into the upper hatch of the Soyuz vehicle, removing some of the initial equipment from the crew, as well as some of the flight data file books that the crew used for reference during their descent back into the Earth's atmosphere and their parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan that occurred about 23 minutes ago. And we're expecting now the first of the crew members to be removed from the Soyuz. This should be Sergei Ryzhikov from the center seat of the Soyuz. Days in space, good for 13th on the all-time list. A good view of the Soyuz commander, Sergei Ryzhikov. The flight control team at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov has confirmed the official landing time now at 11:03 and 33 seconds p.m. Central Time, 12:03 and 33 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. So that landing time that we had estimated earlier was just a couple of seconds off.
The miss was 8. The G load was 5 and 3.
Once again, a view of Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, out of the Soyuz TMA-27. The other two crew members to follow shortly. The Soyuz
and 3.
Once again, a view of Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander, out of the Soyuz TMA-27. The other two crew members to follow shortly. The Soyuz landed at 11:03 p.m. Central Time, 12:03 a.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday, 10:03 a.m. at the landing site after a flawless departure from the International Space Station and a flawless entry back into the Earth's atmosphere.
You should have purged at 3 kilometers. Purged and then close it. Alexei started reaching for the bag. There was no snow. We arrived at the airport and it started to snow. It's cold. Let's put a hat on. Is the tent ready? Will be shortly. Let's follow the tradition. Not cold? No, not cold.
So the work continues to extract the other 2 crew members from the Soyuz.
What about this hat with blue and white? That's fine.
Crew members from the Soyuz.
What about this hat with blue and white? That's fine. Fantastic. Attention please, a short interview. So do I answer to you? Okay. Just say something. What shall I say? Congratulations, everyone, on one more. Thank you to all the specialists, to all the designers, to everyone involved, to MCC, employees, to scientists, to everyone involved. Thank you to all the families, and thank you to you who are greeting us here. How was the landing? It was a soft landing, as always. We tried to turn you. Yes, you did. You did turn us.
So you heard a few words, the interpreted words of Sergei Ryzhikov answering a few questions from members of the Russian media at the landing site, saying it was a soft landing and the crew is feeling great. The search and recovery teams, the technicians still working to extract the other 2 crew members, Alexei Zabritsky and Johnny Kim.
Clear, but for the past 3 days it has been cloudy when we flew by.
This video from the landing site is courtesy of Roscosmos, a close-up view of the descent module,
one more reading.
the only section of the three-section Soyuz vehicle that returns from space. The pyrotechnic separation of the three sections of the Soyuz occurring some 24 minutes after the completion of the deorbit burn that enabled the Soyuz atmosphere to the landing site.
They're taking him to the tent, and it's warm in here.
And one of the other crew members being taken directly into the medical tent.
Maybe into the tent? No, no. Traditions are not to be broken. I'll wait for everyone.
So two of the three crew members are now out of the Soyuz vehicle. You still see Sergei Ryzhikov, the Soyuz commander there. One of the other crew members already inside the medical tent. The people on the scene at the landing site providing a Matryoshka doll, a stacking doll, bearing Ryzhikov's face, hand-painted,
one after each flight.
as an offering of congratulations for his return back to Earth. NASA's Johnny Kim, back on Earth after 245 days in space.
Where are our photo and video folks?
So all three crew members now out of the Soyuz vehicle. The Soyuz commander, Sergei Ryzhikov, was first out, getting his land legs back. Alexei Zabritsky was taken directly into the medical tent nearby. And there's NASA's Johnny Kim, having completed his first flight into space. Ryzhikov now being brought to the medical tent as well. Kim will follow in just a couple of minutes. Ryzhikov fulfilling a long-standing Russian tradition by signing his capsule. Signing the capsule and the date of its landing, December 9th, Kazakhstan time. And another view, courtesy of Roscosmos, showing Sergei Ryzhikov being brought to the inflatable medical tent. Alexei Zabritsky already in the medical tent. And Johnny Kim having a few minutes to get his land legs back. Still sitting in the chair nearby the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft that the three crew members landed in some 44 minutes ago. And another view of NASA's Johnny Kim. The Soyuz MS-27 landed at 11:03 p.m. Central Time, 12:03 a.m. Eastern Time, 3 a.m. Kazakhstan time at the landing site, some 91 miles southeast of the town of Zhezkazgan. And the third and final crew member of Soyuz MS-27, Johnny Kim, now being brought to that nearby inflatable medical tent. Right there in the foreground is Dina Contella, who's the Deputy Program Manager for the International Space Station program. So all three crew members now inside that inflatable medical tent, clothing, and will have an opportunity to be brought to three waiting Russian helicopters, one for each crew member, that will take them on a 2-hour flight back to the staging city of Karaganda, Kazakhstan. Kim will board a NASA jet with his NASA team members. They will fly back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston, while Alexei Zabritsky and Sergei Ryzhikov board a Gagarin Cosmonaut Training Center aircraft to fly back to their training base in Star City outside of Moscow. So with a successful on-time landing for the Soyuz MS-27, all three crew members out of the spacecraft and in the medical tent, as is the common procedure. It was a perfect undocking and ride home through the Earth's atmosphere for Soyuz MS-27, Johnny Kim, Alexei Zabritsky, and Sergei Ryzhikov. They are home for the holidays, back on Earth, after 245 days in space. With that, we'll wrap up our coverage for tonight. Thank you for staying with us, and we wish you all happy holidays throughout the month of December and beyond. You can continue to follow International Space Station activities on our website at nasa.gov and all the other NASA platforms. But for now, we'll sign off. This is Mission Control Houston.